Oh boy. How freaking long has it been since I've had to do this? I think at least 2 months. Well, I guess I'm just going to do this now because because otherwise I'm not going to have time to do this event and the event's going to go away soon. Not soon, it's in like a week. How do I do this again? I think this is how I do things. It's been a little while. I think I'm probably just gonna be running this team. The hall was chill with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Jia Yanqun, with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sat Jia Shichin, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone. Jia Yanqun, seated next to the hierarch seat upon which Shichin sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and she nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And little Shichin's guests, who stay here at our H Corp, seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Jia Shichun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly she is used to the pretense of assisting the hierarchs to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. Stream is real. Hey, listen. I have not played a video game in over a week. I have not touched a video game in over a week. I need to catch up. As we are all aware, venerable former Jiamu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of greatest import, the momentous of which steer the very course of H Corp's prospects. What the heck? How do you do that? How do you do that? How did you make Wiggles? Hold on, can I make Wiggles? How did you make Wiggles? I'm now getting very distracted. I want to make Wiggles. Aww. I see. I need to do the Twitch grind and somehow manage to get emotes because I think it would be funny to do like something like that. Yeah, I know you keep bothering me about that and I keep saying that I'll do it and then I don't do it. How about this? If I promise to try and do it later with you, that's fine. That's good and dandy. It depends on whether or not I'm gonna start streaming consistently, which maybe. That's a big maybe. With how I've currently had free time, absolutely not. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the venerable Jiamu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. With a grandiose and self-important introduction, it seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of the scene, or something. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Yuan Chun. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyuan despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuanqin. My parents, a true shame that they could not be here, have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuanqin. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of these houses were under investigation for consorting with forces foreign to Hong Yuan, their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom who had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarch war. Very well, then shall we welcome Jie Shichun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hong Yuan's family hierarch? Greetings, I am... Now let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. Jie Shichun's expression immediately sours as Yuan Chun unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage for a new major policy, items that have been tabled for far too long, distributive contribution rights, auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Oh, hold on, big sister Yuan Chun. Oh my god. Passing this distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days, and quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantages to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them a larger real estate assignments regardless of their performance the previous quarter. Jie Shichun stutters a little, flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy at the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of the select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. Ahem, if I may, Venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets? That's quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect the society might pay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Cough! Anyway. Oh, before we continue, Shichun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hong Yuan has been racing to, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Certainly this demonstrates Hong Yuan's concern and its lack of faith for the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hong Yuan once again. Yeah, okay, that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H Corp's articles of association, you would have known that, should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto powers in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through the years upon years of toil. So what is this if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Jia Yuan-chun was somehow turning the room against Shichun, without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H Corp's value. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Jia Shichun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hong Yuan's front yard. Or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Dagonyan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension despite her relative inexperience, but... Everyone in Hong Yuan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Shichun? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hong Yuan's singularity-related business, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecasts, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the boluses that have been registered for the last 5 years. That's, The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You all must be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials to... Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hong Yuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hong Yuan's historical statistics. Jia Yuan-chun must have known all along too. She must have known that how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Xian Huang worm or something of that equivalent. and she's using it to target Shichun's weakness, knowing that asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the Namamanamawurm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of hierarch Jiamu are matched by only the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we able to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call a vote to the motion of no confidence. Motion of no confidence. A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after Shichun's power. So this is the picture Jia Yuanchun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to total near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, it seems to me they got no ounce of respect for the last or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. My arse would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this, lass. In H-Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's power will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The Assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jia Shichun to the floor? Hold on, the vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wong family has no objections either. The Sui family too. Goddamn! You bitches! The arrest of the previous family head seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to solely be interested in staying in Jia Yuanchun's good graces. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. "'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do not! Oh god, please do not. Please do not launch the Don Quixote, please do not. Right? I knew you wouldn't let the side Don Quixote. They were walking all over Shichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated." Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not gonna hesitate to make myself heard again. This time I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well! I am in agreement! Oh god, the blondes. The blondes are doing something. Yeah, then let's go on 3, at the same time. If there are no objections, 1, 2... The Assembly will put this resolution to a vote in a month and... 3! Objection! Oi, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment alone. Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed! What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become! With such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum! Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No! Wait! No! What happened there, Don Quixote? What happened to objecting together? Huh? I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze, the department of the LCC. Disputes in succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Would thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Why are you normal? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy, meek boy? Well, I guess I just assume that this is how Limba's company rolls now. I mean, you wouldn't be fucking wrong, but whatever. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Shichun's guests. Withdraw your objection and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. It was, Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Shichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? I. His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarch evaluation, Jia Baoyu donated the coins he received from Jia Chu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Jia Chu and all of those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? But we have not all been witnesses to the quality she exhibited during the family hierarch evaluation and her own ascension. You must have no shame, snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Yuanchun's merciless dismantling of Jia Chun. Yet I see the point. The hierarch with her grace needs only demonstrate her established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume your verbosity that the right to speak on this forum was open to all outsiders. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote on a no-confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well, a challenge between clans, which would prelude the participation of the family hierarchs, Heisho packs, and Jianlan guards. So you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins? Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts if that is the case? What audacity. Do you truly have that much faith in Jia Shichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree yet defiant voice rings out, Honglu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yuanchun. We actually have just as much confidence in Chichun as she does. His wide eyes stared directly and unblinkingly into Jia Yuanchun's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child, how dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have a 1 month to prove before all in audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance, shall be no different from those that the traitors are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, Zigong turns around towards us with the same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take, not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Da Guanyuan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that, when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Jia Shichun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. God, imagine like, imagine like literally fighting through hell and it's just all of a sudden, yeah, you guys are gonna have to basically be teachers now. Sucks to suck. Also not getting paid for this. Zigong gestured confidently towards the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Oh boy, how many levels is this? 12? The 12 teachers? No, I think Dante should teach. Come on. Let them get their license. We were planning to train Jia Shichun anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said that the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Shichun. Big Sister Yuan Chun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set up the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified to be the family hierarch. But Shichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared to underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on to with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right, I pretty much lucked into this position. Shichun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observations from our previous interaction. The heck, Shichun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even got the audacity to pretend not to know who we were, didn't ya? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, Shichun, what will you do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuan Chun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, it's true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yuan Chun used to always accompany Jia Moon to these assemblies. If we just let them hold on to the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power, and who knows, they might even call for a re-evaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuan Chun, I think her definition of Hong Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H Corp's prosperity, it's Dagon Yuan's. And I know that this all has something to do with its ties to Q Corp, which I bet has already been going back and forth for a while under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hong Yuan's future, right? That's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Hong Yuan is, I want to change H Corp too, to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this in only 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great, great. So it's decided then, huh? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news, Sod. So to summarize, the responsibility of training Shichun to win these matches, these Amphoris tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jia Yuan Chun's control, by the way, is probably a trap within the next 30 days, is ours. And we have to explain that to Sod. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later, Prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious Red Gaze that 'twasn't mine idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made the desperate plea towards Sod. Yes, and I understand that as well, for the 8th time. As always, Sod was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great, then let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree! We messed everything up again! And... What? What? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jia Shichun acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of family hierarch. It was always a part of our plan. I mean, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice on how to about meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to the LCP's mission. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident if I had known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors naught but putty in Yuan Chun's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of family hierarch. Against such an insidious foe, who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Daguanyuan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Shichun to further solidify her influence here. Depending on the outcomes of the vote of no confidence, they have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious about there when you said we're going to teach Jia Shichun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Ah, by the way, we have already established an internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is a statement murdered in narrowed vision rife with factual refactions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed in last for that scale. Aww! Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that, from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we have come across. Just what in heavens are you doing? Aha! I am preparing a lesson plan for the young Chichun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. So what are these yellow wormy things here? Aha! 'Tis a star! Twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lessons plan execution will require cooperation from Team Corp. Yeah! 'Twould be a mistake of most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. I cannot do math. Zigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Are you saying mood for you cannot do math? Aren't you a math major? Wait, is that supposed to be Zigong's grimace? Good to know, good to know. It's okay, I was a Japanese language major and I cannot speak Japanese, so we're good. Of course, to each their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I've learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. And girl, I would lose my shit if I had to be, like, taught by any of the sinners. It would be bad. It would be so bad. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans per Zigong's request. Oh, that's not Zigong, that's Zilu. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Huh? Yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... so who didn't do their homework? Who is it? Fess up! After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. Okay, we're just gonna target Heathcliff, I guess. It ain't me. Oh, please, at least try to make it a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You sink? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, in Sinclair's sweat was a in seat. I can't read. In Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers? I'm done. Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan. I just couldn't stop myself from writing. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed the bundle of sweat-soaked papers into Zilu's hands. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to anesthetes AAA. What does AAA mean, and how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. F you. Who went too far? Alright, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. Painting. Bus game, bus game, bus game. Zilu? Entrails coating the world. Girl, did Ryoshu just did Ryoshu just literally dump a bunch of blood onto a paper and said, you know what? Good enough. We're gonna call that done. Now you know how aesthetes appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Yes, she did. I was watching. Must have been fun. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus it goes in the discard pile. Weak sauce! Zilu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1, How to Shake Hands with Your Left Hand when the situation calls for it. Oh! Chapter 2, Exploration of Exclusively Long Sleeve Fashion Practices. Chapter 3, Projected Confidence and Why Having a Bug Arm is Totally Cool. It is! I would take that class. I would take that class. For absolutely no reason other than I think it sounds incredibly interesting and worthwhile to learn everything possible. So anyway, Cricket, do you take like tutoring? Like, do you tutor? That's you know how it is. Be proud of who you are. All the philosophy stuff. Do I love the Bugman? Hang on. Do I have this thing on? Do I have it easily accept? Here we go. Yes, I do love the Bugman. Wait, this is out of date. Hang on. I'll be right back. I will be right back. I got an upgraded photo. This is like several months outdated. Hang on. I just got up to go take a picture of the shelf. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. It's been updated. It's been updated. How do I do this again? Here we go, here we go. Oh boy, I have to adjust this. Oh boy. Oh my god, why is it massive? Okay, here we go. Yeah, so to I'm not going to dox myself. There's no important information in this. Anyway, this is the up-to-date shelf. Yeah. I should leave this in the bottom corner for the rest of stream. You're fine. Fine. It's good. It's like you can't even tell what that is. It's. Hold on. I'm moving shit around. Hang on. Let's see if I can. Oh fuck! Wait, no, that's not properly. There we go. There we go. There we go. Wait, hold on, it's not big enough. Hold on. How do I? Oh, it's cutting off part of the text. Hang on. I'd have to do. No, I'd have to move it. Hang on. Hang on. We're doing this. Oh god, I'm moving everything else but the thing I need to move. Here, that's as good as we're getting right now. There we go. I'm one with the shelf. Anyways, in case we ever need to ask, hey, Mika, do you like Gregor? We have this image to show for it. And I think that's all that needs to be said. Or shown, I suppose. Something something, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So one day if I become big streamer, I'll just make, you know how streamers will do like a cat cam and they'll have like a live feed of like their cats in like another room? It's just my shelf. I am not getting a Gregor body pillow. We have had this discussion before. There are none for sale, and I am not going to produce one. I'm not going to do that. No, I can behave myself. Please, I can behave myself. You should put me on the bus. Yeah, look, I'm perfect for getting on the bus. I'm already in uniform. I got this. I got this. I got this. Please, trust me. Trust me. Who do I have to beg? Get a job then? You know, with this job market, I honestly wouldn't even say no to being a sinner. Like, hey, I get free transportation. It's a traveling job. You get to see the city. Like, that's pretty good. Life insurance. Life insurance comes as a part of the job. So what are the good things? I mean, like, the con of like having to experience your trauma again and have that come back and haunt you, but that's just kind of average like job thing anyway. I think that's just like standard issue with job. So I see absolutely nothing wrong with this. I see only good things about like signing my life over to this company. Dante, like, true. You get Dante insurance, and that's like infinitely better. Because you also get a dude who cares about you. Like, Dante's also offering, like, you know, therapy sessions. Name one, like, job that has all of this. You can't. Therefore, Limbus Company is a baller company, and you should definitely work there. Oh, come on! Don't discard his hard work. Zulu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Degenerative Linguistics, subheading The Power of Words, Sticks and Stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile? Okay! So she's just entering to bully people. Thank you, Otis. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for applications as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments in criticisms and vice versa. All this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my thorough observations, Jia is an individual of great promise in the field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make me the best brawler or the best family hierarch? Zilu seemed quite interested, but Jiashichun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room of Preoccupied Audience. Discard. Fie on thee! Wherefore? Next. Praxis of ego-splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self and the reflection and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism, which one attempts to open up an door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshi's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and Exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study of 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Wait, I forgot to take that part out. And into the shredder it went. When did that paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or 2 in your mouth? Especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you could do that with nuts too. So it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, did you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you? How to not make things awkward when you walk in on someone bad-mouthing you? Oh my god. These are great lessons. Legitimately, how do I sign up for these lessons? I would listen to them all because I think I would attend them all except for Otis's. Cause I think it would end up in a physical fist fight in which I would end up dead. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps you to convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. I'm traumatized. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dogwanyu and people who hated him. I see. This, I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. Hi, Merceau. This lesson plan is designed based on Rodion's advice that I must prioritize strengths that were unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I don't know how he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack shite, sawed off and grab your weapons? Yep, always gotta read the full print. That's my philosophy. It's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarch's qualities, but our focus is not on developing a hierarch of syndicate. Next, information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh, huh? That's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution and rational self-interest driven societies, and... Is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems the same trouble has hindered both you and I. The Yappers. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After she had gone through the majority of the lesson plans. Finally. Now that that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who has just been bestowed the most important mission of his life. Thinking back, even in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. He's going to get absolutely, destroyed. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So, with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, to always shoot higher. Hold on. You had me for a second there, but what's up with you acting like you're infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course, I've prepared a speaking class where you could learn how to speak with modesty, too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Honestly, I feel like Sinclair would be the best, teacher out of everyone. That's probably just because, he is a lot younger than the rest of them, but I feel like a lot of the other sinners are, either too aggressive or too passive to really be good teachers. Do I drink the sweet? Hey, always drink the sweeper juice. Stay hydrated, you know? Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Chichin's saying. Following that, your company's... it seems that Zilu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? My curriculum, most special! Okay! So that's a no. Stagger plus. We've unlocked a new stagger type. Let's go. That was Sod's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust at least. Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Miss Zigong, Miss Sod, I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Sod weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong, especially, was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I cannot bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Jia Shichun's teachers. Or should I call you pupil Sinclair to be exact? This has got to be a mistake, right? Isn't Shichun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? Aww, they're so cute! They're so cute! This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty if Shichun was just sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert on going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. don't forget, we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least, and... I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Yisung! I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We're going to get this together! The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scales of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a deskmate, which some also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Deskmate? Bestie? What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Jia Shichun's eyes widened with confusion, as though she had just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hongyuan who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. And so, deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seeming resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month when with the other sinners as his teachers. Awful idea. Legitimately, I would be fine with it, but that's because I don't technically gain anything from this. I have nothing to lose either, but this would suck. You usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might be might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgot to do theirs, and they usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So not very important at all. I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. Damn. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. The same here. I remember it like yesterday. Jun would sit and watch the other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or even where she heard that about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... Wait! Don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up! 30 days are ticking down. We've only got 30 days! Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Sod. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker! What was that? I said nothing. Slacker! Oh boy. Oh, girl, you do not look good. Zilo and Sod appeared to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally. After referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we've managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Miss Zilu? Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Haha. Still, thanks to Mr. Jiachu's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days, as promised, is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super categories. And they are called... what are these supposed to be? Shi, Yong, and Ren. Shi, wisdom, the wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yong, courage, the ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming craven. It needs harmony and balance. So, how are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect towards every human. Clearly, most of these faculties of this school are severely lacking in all three of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Gong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Ah, right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. So why is he anime? Be strong, my lady. Despite her protestations, the 30 days of class commenced. Oh boy. Okay. What is this? Oh lord. Okay. The goal of this game is to raise the main stats, Zi, Yong, and Ren, as high as possible over the course of 30 class days. Each class specializes in raising different stats, and some classes might even raise or lower the students' morale values. Aside from the days with fixed classes, you can choose up to 3 classes per day. The variety of selectable classes goes up as the days go by. Classes can either end in success or failure. A successful class will greatly increase the amount of stat gained, but a failed class will greatly reduce the amount of stat gained. Higher morale results in higher chances to have a successful class. Class combos are class combinations that give certain bonuses when those classes are taken in the same day. Once you discover a combo, they can be previewed in you can preview its activation in the schedule menu. View all discovered combos and undiscovered combos in the combo list page. Once you've selected your classes, select the Begin Class button to begin class. Classes progress automatically. During class, you can view the students' changing stat values in real time. Taking a class gives EXP. Once a class EXP has been maxed out, the class will be upgraded to the next level. Taking higher level classes will yield more stat increases, but please note that cannot be upgraded beyond Master. Raising Zi, Yong, and Ren beyond a specific level or upgrading a class to a certain level will enhance the student's combat prowess. These enhancements are applied separately to Jia Shijun and Sinclair. Oh my god. They really just made like a whole separate gameplay. Select the magnifier icon here to view Jia Shijun's detailed stats. On certain dates, combat encounters may occur in place of classes. Jia Shijun will be participating in these encounters on her own. Skill slots are chained automatically. Press the gong-shaped button to begin the combat phase. Only by winning the combat encounter can she progress to the next day or next class. Oh boy. Okay, so it's all the same class. It is all just Yisong. So what is the difference between... Interesting. Okay. So what, do I just... Okay, we don't do anything. Right? What if I don't want to do that? What if we don't want to take the metaphysical approach to ego and the reflected world? What if we don't want to? My name is Isong. That is all. The class I've prepared for the day. I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder. Going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancements usually goes. People invent it for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, been mostly employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people, after all. Correct again, yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself, that lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength, and the world. Yet, even among them, the reflections of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I love these little things. These little things are my favorite. I love this little, like, art style so much, and I love it when they're out of combat. I love it. I want more of them. Please. Please. This one's my favorite. Okay, we lost a little bit of morale, but we're getting a lot of Ren from this class. Okay. Now if you are prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. For some reason, Shichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sun of the Sea family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that was what you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You are wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you had gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? Damn. I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I just found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off, because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family hierarch war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame. But it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see... Well, I see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seems Sinclair couldn't bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself that I had hidden away for a long time. I learned how to become more true to myself by looking into the mirror. This is so fucking cute. Oh my god! Oh, look at these little guys! And he's a fucking chick again! These are so fucking cute. These are so cute. These are so cute. I'm just gonna like go on a small rant real quick, but I really wish that Project Moon would do more like little like standees with these things. They released one set like several years ago now. But the thing is that like there's only one of them. I have the Gregor one. Hold on. I have the Gregor one. You can see him. He's like right. Oh my god, how do I do this? He's right on top of the acrylic block. He's very tiny. He's very small, but I love this one. I love this stand so much. And I really wish that they had more of these ones in the game's art style. They're so cute. Okay, so we have to select one. So I want to actually check something. What does it change for you? Like, do you get stat increases, or are you just here? What's combo? Oh. How many combos are there? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. God, there's a, oh my god. There's a lot. Okay. So all we got was slash resistance. Ahem! 'Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Sichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given what Sod told them sometime before the lesson started. Otis, who had been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sod. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here! Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment, as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers, whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer I can't speak. This tale beginneth in the year sometime later. Are you done? How can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going on for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. What the fuck? When did she even have time to prepare this? I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty. If thou had paid attention in class, worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha! But of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee from the very treasure chest of mine these precious, precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of mine making, Fixer Chronicles, UFA. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not really... It's not really doing anything for either of us. It's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What, scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. He does seem like the type, yeah. And I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it. I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, and pretty good in math too. I was just being humble, because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Shichun. Oh, then let me tell you, I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Jia Shichun is finally getting a feel for how friendship close in age is forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you can't learn from teachers. I tick-tocked in response. Tis year 505! What is the historical community consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer UFA is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart to thee a major clue. If thou hast paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages, in which fixers Yue Fei, are they Asian parents? Yeah. Are they Asian parents or something? Bro, this is the Asian, like, this is the Asian Kanto. This is the Asian space. The honorable fixer of the Cerulean Haven, who attained triumph in the battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, hath said what in the worst ordeal she has faced in her career. I've got it. It's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Ugh, damn it, I was too slow. Phi, young Shichun, thou art incorrect. Honorable fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious, as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou hast suggested, young Shichun, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. I mean, she could have been. Yeah, I know. But like, look at this place, man. This is the Asian center. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these are tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these to such an audience, enough to study the ways of mine minstrels. God, it's so hard to speak as Don Quixote. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Oh, she's having fun. Oh, she's having fun. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fae Forest? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's Summer Night Fantasia. Aha! Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of the super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true, noble spirit of Fixer by simply reciting it in such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. Are you kidding me? Come on, you can do this, Shichun. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole. Summer night Fantasia! Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage. Thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder, and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Jia Shichun two-person play, silently wiped tears away. Bravo! Bravo! Certain minor details were missed, such as that Yue Fei, the fixer, was left-handed, and he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel, yet 'twas quite the wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of Yue Fei, the fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. Huh. It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Shichun's hands with the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. She's just having fun, and honestly, I can appreciate her for that. Max HP. Okay, can I check? Because I know that I think he's close to getting the thing leveled up, so I want to do that. Because I think, yeah, this will up the morale. It doesn't give us a lot in terms of other stuff. So we should be at max morale by the time we finish up these next classes. A boom? What? Why is something exploding with Faust? This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh. You look kind of upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is this? So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the Reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that inquisitorious thing. The day when Hongyuan can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of encroaching Reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not, until Hongyuan can be a place where you could sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Fausti. Did she get a new sprite just for this? The voltage switch must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Nope, just explosions. That's it. She just wanted to make the thing go boom. Should have max morale. Yep, and we gotta level up. that was an instinctive gut reaction. Are you for real? Are you so fucking for real right now? His class is just him talking about his war tales? No. No. Honey, no. Okay. I'm gonna do these ones because Dawn gives a ton of morale, but doesn't give a lot of stats, while these ones give higher stats overall. Honestly, Gregor's class is not bad. He has like a pretty good stat spread. Unlike some other classes, which were more on the upbeat side of things. God damn it, why does he have to be sad? The room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Shichun here failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire, too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war— oh. The piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, why's it gotta— Excuse me, Miss Zilu, is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? No! 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 Well, when else am I going to have the chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Shichun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. No! This is painful. This is fucking painful. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they would just be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out into an open field, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Taguanyuan would make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Taguanyuan. Remember the thumb fellas? The ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisho all utilize the topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are still standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all of that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer of all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but to go through all of that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking relentlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fellas, I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting and that I forgot it's supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me has really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me! Even after the two students left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he had wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. I'm going to fight someone. I'm going to physically fight someone at Project Moon for this scene. I'm going to actually pull up and I'm going to start shaking someone. He left only after almost emptying the attack. I'm going to physically fight someone. I'm going to physically fight someone. They cannot do this to him. They cannot do this to him. I'm gonna Gregor! Okay, we need to raise morale. We need to do that. What's falling behind right now? We will want to probably make sure Young and Shi keep up with Ren, because a lot of the, like, Song's class gives a crap ton of that. So we'll be fine with that for a long time. I think we'll do Faust. No, I think we do have to do Gregor again. Because we need to get Yang higher, because she is okay. And we'll get a little bit more of it from Honglu's thing. I don't know how, like, how in-depth I need to be thinking about, like, where the stats are going. I'm sure it's not gonna be, like, too bad if I let any one of these stats, like, not go very well. But I do want to keep their morale up. Sorry, Greg. Oh my god! Ah, she's here again! How are classes going, Shichun? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I've heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Baochai? Are you sure it's okay for the Uzui family bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed as Miss Baochai's guard. Wait, don't tell me we got you. Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Baochai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so you could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Yi Hongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Shichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Shichun and Sinclair is... In clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote surviving Hongyuan on the chalkboard. Oh well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Jiamu, the previous hierarch and the elders' favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handfuls who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Oh, wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea, before sprinkling some powder into one of them. Well, what's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which one of these bowls contain poison, right? You could stop now. I learned to recognize infinite poison like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you were suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Lin Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu was watching that with an oddly contented expression. Closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion as we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed in which Lin Dayu swapped the bowls. We looked back at Honglu. There was 3 silver spoons in his hands. Those silver spoons were custom made at Dao Guanyuan's request. A must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know, they're actually... Ugh. Actually what? It's nothing. In Hongyuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Honglu opens his eyes before Jia Shichun can finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands like throwing pins towards the 3 bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... Shiden's noir tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. So, is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Dao Guanyuan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? He's so funny. He's so... You know what? Let's just play with poison. Let's play with poison, yeah. I see. When you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You were just using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Shichun. I know that the adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Nuan Xiangwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush it off as that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Jia Shichun whipped around away from Hong Liu as if to express satisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. And morale will be back up, and we get to listen to Cracker's War Tales again. And Yong will soon get back up. Every 6 days you will be subject to midterms, prepared by the board of directors, Jia Yuan Chun. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the tests may Jia Shichun retain her status as the family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seemed that Wei's rather funeral voice wasn't just out of concern for Shichun. Wei, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm burying me. Steel yourself, for that it was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. So we have our midterm. This bitch. He literally said his name in the cutscene and I don't remember it anymore. She's something. She's something, I think. Hey, you're one of the she boys. Hua Zhen, we finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family hierarchy war. If you'd run into me then. Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarchy war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War is not easy. It never is. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they were under investigation for treason against Da Guanyuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what has really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan? They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. Huh. You did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good, come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits the unjust victors. She's so cute. She's so cute, and for what? I really hate these guys on the freaking XP battles. We're doing good. We're doing fine. Just because they have such high clash power. Beat his ass. Beat his ass. Beat his ass. Beat his ass. rupture stack. That's crazy. Seeing a 10 count rupture stack outside of Mirror Dungeon is insane to me. I hate running rupture. Oh yeah, he's getting his ass beat. Does she not have any potency in her kit? I mean, I guess that makes sense considering she has an absurd amount of count. Chichun, come to Mirror Dungeon with us. We'll get whatever the fuck is it. It's like the dry chicken breast. We just need you to hold that and you'll be fine. Good for you. You won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. And I'm sure that's what I look like to you, too. I don't want your... sorry, every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win, and I'm going to win without the fertile soil of my predecessors left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hong Yuan itself. Shi Hua Zhen, you are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name? You knew my name! I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hong Yuan? The way he like broke immediately, like, you know my name? Shit. Okay, what's our morale looking like? Okay. Alright, do we want a more spread class, or do we want... I think we'll do this. We'll be down 18 morale, which is fine. Right. We don't really need much of the red. We need more green. And blue. I think this is good for now. Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring. Huh? It's gonna be an indoors class. Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing the top of the highest building in Hong Yuan, surviving 10 days in Hong Yuan backstreets with only 3 items. Had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. That's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in physical space. A few weeks ago. So I'm just here to fill in since the game needs a certain number of players, but really? Can you really call this tabletop? What? Hold up. Are we making it canon that the sinners have been playing D&D this entire time? Hold on. Yet in games of make-believe, any simulacra could be made real what a move. Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for- Damn! Oh my god, they're playing D&D. Oh my god. Young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. It was a formidable foe. That was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Really? Well then, as my next move, and that's how you came up with this? Oh my god, it's just gonna make them play D&D. Oh, never in my life was I expecting Dungeons and Dragons to exist in the city. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or this is This is so much. This is too much. This is causing me even more psychic damage than Gregor's thing. Or JJ, it's a popular game amongst Hong Yuan's youths. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone seems to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of paper have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those becomes the JM. The JM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the— I cannot do this. I cannot do this. I was not expecting Ishmael to be the one to play D&D, much less DM. Which would be me. With strength, dex. I feel like this is like attacking me personally. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Shichun picked their cards up with confusion in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, a place known to be the gathering hub of all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of, a legendary treasure called, the Tianya sword. The city of Yanyun, huh? Cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? It's because, so there's this legend in Yanyun about how the sword of, the Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of the lands and bring peace to its people. And also, about how having the sword is proof of the true leader of these lands. And so on and so forth, you know? Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see. The city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting to the story, Jie Shichun nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael's stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is you guys need to find that sword. Then I will claim the Tianya sword no matter what it costs me. Jie Shichun nods with determination. They are playing D&D. They are playing D&D. I saw that! I saw the fourth session! Where the fuck am I? From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kezan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of the sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kezan Keep, chat up with him, try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your whiz is extremely low right now, which means you'll find it hard to form even the simplest of sentences. I'm back in the fucking D&D building again. I haven't played in so long. I want to play so bad. Can we play again? What if I found a different way to gain the Kezan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stat, which could give access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require the skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kezan Keep. I think I've got a decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high. And you pass the check. The Kezan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then, I guess I'll just stand in the corner over here, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? Ahem. The Kezan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northwest towards Yinshi Mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kezan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly, just for loitering around the guard, and the wounds is pretty severe, so he needs medicine. He can't seem to find any. Oh no, that's too bad, but we've got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we leave the Kezan. Well then. Well, they say that JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? After a few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Kezan Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yaoguai, the guardian of the Tianya sword. He explains that the fairy's Yaoguai powers grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait till the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds, then tells you it might be raining in about a week. glad we helped him out. Phew, okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. Oh my god, they're so cute, what the fuck? You're gonna have to roll a 15 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. Hey, you rolled a 16! With a final singular strike from Jieshichun, the fairy Yaogwai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya sword is ours! Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth, and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this we can... However, the defeated fairy Yaogwai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Jieshichun, who had just pulled the sword from the ground. I quickly get between Shichun and the monster. But if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. 1, and another 1. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yaogwai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Sinclair! Go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword is your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair and carry him on my back. I won't leave him behind, and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know? The strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab on my shoulder. That's it, step by step. This is amazing. This is everything to me. Hey, Shichun, look over there. Everyone we helped and saved on our journeys come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped to talk to every single villager to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. All of our efforts, all the experiences we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. That's just kind of how D&D goes. Is this how I want my players to interact with each other? What do you mean? To, like, get themselves killed for one another? I mean, it would make my life a lot easier. Okay. Does she really not have any rupture potency in her kit? Damn. Okay. Now we have no new classes, no new mandatory classes. So I need to actually make choices for myself. Ha! I'm gonna do that first because we need morale boost, because otherwise we're gonna start failing. Not failing, but like getting worse classes results. We need to upgrade. Need to upgrade blue and green. I'll do this one and we'll do these two. Oh, I forgot to check these, the combos. Oh my god, he's here. Okay, hold on, I want to check the combos. So we only know all stats +1. That's pretty good. +4. Success rate higher. Okay, how are we doing? Oh, he gives morale. That's great. Okay. So he'll give morale. We won't have to use Don Quixote. So I can instead... I don't know who Merceau would combo with. Maybe Ishmael? And I do need to raise Yong a little higher. Because I kind of want to keep everything in even ranks with one another. Judgment containment? Girl, what are you talking about? Oh boy. Oh boy. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. Huh? 32 days ago? What? What the fuck are you doing, man? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to, ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered within merely 2 words. We failed! Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh? Well, okay, sure, that seems easy enough. What the fuck? What is happening to him? Hello? Is he gonna die? Suddenly Rousseau let out a cry as he clutched his chest and fell to the floor. Oh, I see. Is he trolling right now? He better be trolling and not actually suffering a heart attack. So, are you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. Yeah, he was trolling. Girl, you cannot fake a heart attack like that. Girl. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair has so desperately wished to hide. What? The one who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there is one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. He is hilarious. He is hilarious. He is... Oh, hey, they do have a combo. Wait, does Gregor also have a combo? Damn! Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle. Never in my life did I think that Merceau would be doing a little bit of trolling, but you know what? I appreciate him for it. Oh, we get morale from this if we combo with Merceau. That's crazy. A 9 to 5. Okay, we leveled that up to expert. Alright. I think we're pretty good on morale right now. We need more of that. And these two are kind of the only ones that are really good at giving that. So I'll just do... That one's good, but it's too big of a spread right now. And I also want to level up Hong Lu's as well. this should be fine, and we'll do a morale class up, probably with Merceau, because we have a lot of Ren right now. So our next session. Pray you never get stuck in the situation of not being able to plan the next session. Oh, hello, Otis. Oh, hello. We'll do these two, because that'll balance out everything, I think. At least roughly. Because this gives us a +1 now with combination of Gregor and Merceau. Oh god, she's going full drill sergeant. Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending, by setting up good examples as superior. They'll eventually open up. Foolishness. Eh? That is among the worst strategies I have ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture? I'd say that's the worst strategy I've had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Foolishness, foolishness! Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you could think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit... this isn't exactly a military unit. Ahem. This Hong Yuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hong Yuan seemed to put Shi-Jun in a thoughtful mood. She stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Today you will learn the torture of language. With this method you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them, and let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today. To your positions, cadets. Oh, he died. Why does she have... Why are you stabbing that? Otis. Took the class. All stats are raised. Okay, and we get against another guy. I think our stats are doing okay. So, I hear you've defeated Shi Huazhen. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family's underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know. You see, I managed to talk to Shi Huazhen into, you know... what? No, it can't be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. My men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh, that was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know that you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this. Is that it? That may befit the seat of a hierarch. However, a leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools is bound to rot. I, Shi Jing, refuse to let someone so unqualified as yourself retain power. Mm-hmm.
조금씩 아픔.
Get his ass. Get his ass.
망설이지 않고 한 번.
Do not like his god-awful counter. Where did she get burned? What? She's just getting all of the damage types. Alright, there we go. Damn it, I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuan-chun actually gained control of Hongyuan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon, you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's all the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before the other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off of Big Sister Yuan-chun's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them before it began. She's making sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her. Now let's think about this carefully. About Jia Yuan-chun's vision for Dagwan Yuan. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making, but you've not given us any reason to trust you. My goodness. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So about that hiding place you were putting your parents, you just accidentally let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had infiltrated their location long ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarch? Big Sister Yuan-chun made a big show of her own influence at that assembly, but I still got a tight control over the Heisho of the family hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without questioning them. What is it again? That leaders must take good care of those who aren't in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Let's go! Taking care of children. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Damn, another really high Ren class. All I'm basically doing is just trying to get as much, like, Yong and Shi as I possibly can in the in between. If I do these, it'll be okay. Oh god. TKTDWK. Teaching kids to deal with kids, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. Would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL black hair. I discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zilu wasn't there. Artless or otherwise. In today's class, all SYNC if you're a UA. What? But all SCAN if you're a UC. Huh? I'll snap your neck if you completely if you're an unruly adult. But I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL. Kids. Yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. That's a child. That's a child. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wong family. Why? She didn't. No, wait, what? You brought a who from a what family? Upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here. So I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought a kid on my orders? Ryoshi snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kind of trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Bao Yu are what... Anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you've got your work cut out for you. Children of Dagwanyuan are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's a mother. She's a mother. Laughing and playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. Wow, he's really taken a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Ryoshi was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, kongshu, a traditional Hongyuan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshi, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshi to be good at this. Neat. And with the same expression as her usual one, Ryoshi was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand what a kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected that I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dagwanyuan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Why does the kid have this kind of haircut? What? I know why, but it's still like, God, why do people do this to them? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's gonna depend on what you ask about whether I can help or not. Huh? Wrong move, Rookie Hierarch. That's why why say all that when TWDT? You don't get the immaculacy of succinct abbreviations. Ryoshi grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Jie-Jin, then, in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. My big sis said that when the family hierarch war is over, I could finally play with tons of friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and baddest of Hongyuan, venerable hierarch. So I wanted to ask if you could make Dagwanyuan safe. I want to play with my friends. Ah, gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She said she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after she then guided the child out of the classroom, I found Jie-Chun whispering something to herself. Got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try and improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Hotbox? Hotbox? That's the name of their combo? Okay, we now have I think 4 more days until the next midterm. Okay, now she is needing to be brought up. Do I have any high ones for that? Da. I think this should be fine. We'll see if we get any combos discovered. Okay, no combos with these characters. And then we'll need to raise morale. Oh, great! Let's do that. And that. Then we'll balance out those. Yup. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, this feels kind of oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. And Sinclair, given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear I had no ulterior motives. I was practically forced into this. Wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I'm only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there's much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, you know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such base activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, fine. I get it. Don't play a game if you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy. I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? Huh? What? Sorry? Scrub says what? So wait, join the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have the special power to read into your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Sinclair, I can see the corner of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a pang, aren't ya? Oof. And Shichin, you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never, ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can't let yourself be anxious. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're gonna eat you up. And Wei, you are horrifying. Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? This isn't gonna be very easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Too bad, but you're just as much of an open book, my guy. My guy! You need that one song tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile because it's not there. Gong. I see. You called Kong Meld so you could claim the Zhong, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Oh my god. Does that by chance imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way. I just have a sixth sense for these bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but... very well, I will be setting this Hua aside, and... Whew, I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady, the importance of this moment cannot be overstated. I see, swapped out your ready hand, did ya? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you've got some innate luck too. Very well, I'll have to wager this all in on this one suit. That's the King Yaoju hand. Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard song. Huh, darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. Yeah, he's definitely a gambler. I will bring some tea. Wei Victorious stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. I love her. Okay, more of that. Oh, we've done his thing enough to level up to masterclass. Great. Will this level up her? No, almost. Okay. What is that passive? I'm curious. Heals 10 SP, gains. Do I get a fun new passive every time I upgrade these? Oh boy, time to start collecting those. Okay, I do want to finish that one. We'll get a combo out of this one. Is there any other combos that I know of with Ish or... And we'll do... We'll do these two. Cause then... We're getting a lot of Yong, we're getting some Ren, getting a lot of Shi. So we kind of like are getting a pretty even spread. Well, and we'll upgrade morale next go around. And we'll level up Faust at least to master. Oh, and Yisong. Great. Okay, so we'll need to... We'll do this one. This one. Because I know that these two combo, but I don't remember what they do. Oh, we'll get more morale. Get more morale and do that. Okay. That's a pretty high, like, amount of Ren we'd get there. We just need to get the morale up. Actually, is it worth it to do 2 morale boosting classes when I can do another? We'll do that. And what do you guys give? Because I'm pretty sure doing Rhodia first. Yeah, huge success in the next class. And then he'll restore more. So I think we'll just have completely balanced out our thing. And we're actually starting to get balanced numbers. Let's go. I'm so sorry. He's gonna give himself lung cancer because I keep using his classes. I'm pretty sure Gricker has lung cancer at this point. Oh, hey! I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Chew. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until eventually it returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wong family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know? This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hong Yuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a choice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan Chun genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe that she has Hong Yuan's best interests at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Jia Yuan Chun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all. I thought you'd get that lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hong Yuan's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now. My cousin will be your opponent today. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then will I accept you. He just really said, I don't really feel like giving myself a battle spray.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어.
Nice, we get potency too now.
봉황이 날개처럼. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
I love the little thing that just popped up over there. I think it was just Otis like chastising Chi-Chun. She has literally just a bunch of insane people basically teaching her. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah. Don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little wait. Oh no, I could see that. Just buzz all of this aside and same person. You can barely even hold on to your seat, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the gall to give him false hope. I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know. I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had fun. He had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends with how things are going in Hong Yuan. Shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. I wasn't making an empty promise when I said that I'd change Hong Yuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know that Big Sister Yuan Chun's Hong Yuan looks like. It'll be the exact same in essence, and will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've all carried our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Qishang left in a hurry. but that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. Oh my god, he's here. Okay. Gives a good lot of yang. So I think... Why do you both do that? Is there a way to check how leveled these are? Because I forget already. Let's do this just to level up his thing already. Why does he have a squeaky hammer? Alright, lads, listen up. This ain't gonna be like them boring old classes you've been sitting through. You've gotta leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. You wanna break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart and you'll be kicking those twats' arses left, right, and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So Heathcliff, I've gotta ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful too. Bollocks. Lad catches on quick. I don't think anyone could miss this. That Wabe bloke said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries bop when it hits people. Can this be permanent? Can this be permanent? Can we just forever have him with a squeaky hammer? Oi, don't you underestimate just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon towards the sky and made a small bop noise. Can we just teach him to use this forever, please? Nice, we've leveled up Ishmael's class as well. And then still no collaborations with you. Who do you need? Who do you need? What combination do you want? I want to see what she has. Inner self, gain offense starting from turn 3, gain offense 2. Before attack, target enemy gains 1 blood resist. At 15 plus poise potency, have the poise potency and gain the following effects. All allies, including this unit, heal 10 SP. Are we gonna have allies? On kill, this unit's attack, gain poise equal to rupture on the target. More rupture potency, okay. So... we should be able to take 2 classes without completely butchering our morale. And then we'll take Don Quixote's class, because I need to level that up. Because I don't... maybe I should not take Ryoshi's class because we're pretty good on Ren right now. And we only have 3 more classes. No, we need to level them up anyway. I think we're good. Oh, that's actually a pretty good one. From all classes? Oh, from this class. Oh, damn, that's actually a lot. So, that's actually pretty good. Sinclair gets 50% more. Oh, okay, so she also gives that bonus, which would be helpful. What the fuck? Why are you here? Why is the drunk guy here? Hang on, I'll get to you in just a second. Why is the drunk guy here? Okay, we're still pretty good on morale. That's gonna tank our morale just a little bit. Actually, I want to do that combination again. Because that was still pretty good. I don't know what he's doing here. This class... After an uncharacteristic pause, Zilu continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer? But I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe they got lost? The little bird told me that the venerable hierarch will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from the Dagwan Yuan's brewer. Can we... Why is he here? Is there any truth to that, folks? That guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Hongyuan's an awfully misery place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family hierarch war was over. He what? The family hierarch war has been over for a while, and everyone in Hongyuan knows that who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you who only knows how to mooch off of other families set foot in here? Looks like I'm going to have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let a drunk assassin like... I see that in your youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places, but please, I'm no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with the scenic landscapes as my bar, the sky as my ceiling, and the dirt as my bed. The man who had introduced himself as Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing, and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously? Bad news, Mr. Jin. Apparently, Jia Yanchun bestowed upon you a new master. For real? Huh? Big Sister Yuanchun? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending the master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So what's this? So that's the supposed teacher? This mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time? As you said, the family hierarch war is over, and even mongrels of Hongyuan know legitimate... Fucking didn't mean to click that. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care in return for the compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry a grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family hierarch war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Bao Yu, for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarch a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking out your anger on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? I'll advise that the optics and consequences of rejecting the master sent to us by Jia Yuanchun herself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only gonna make me look worse. I'd rather not give Big Sister Yuanchun more ammunition to take me down. And you there. We have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Sod's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away. Ah, that's enough. But I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Tisk tisk. Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial prowess is amateurish. What the heck? Is this guy serious? I have never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight and your legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There is more to this than raw strength. Now take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it! Jia Shichun takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for feints. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. He's just full on drunken, like, oh my god. Can we please get this guy as an ID? That would be funny. You are far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent with force distributed unevenly across your body. So you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as of his comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter pokes Jiashichin's back with a twig. Everyone vying for the seat of family hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13, not too early, not too late, just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother's locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one you mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself, and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensen up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey Wei, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they gave him a way worse poison next time? You know, young Master Bao Yu won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have, just how? But my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of Anta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Asura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything except the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it all go, the gazes, the pressure, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself, and feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Chichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seemed to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. My memories haven't failed me yet. You were one of young Master Jiabaoyu's underlings, correct? Underling? Yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think that it was you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take the class alongside the young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden, pointed question, but he soon regained his composure and replied. Well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote is going to ditch the classes out of boredom, same goes for Rhodia, and Otis would try to take over the classes, not to mention what it would be like to have Heathcliff here, and... such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I've already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss this opportunity. Then the Night Drifter giggled flippantly at the suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. It's been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. We just got this drunk guy here. Oh my god, is that Kmart was taken? What's poppin'? I'm playing Limbus Company, and I'm trying to do this event before it ends. Have you ever played, like, I guess like Uma Musume is like the one big one, right? It's those like training games where you have like a certain amount of days to level up all your stats. Okay, okay. who else do we need to level up? Okay, what I'm going to do... Horse girl racing. I've seen a lot about horse girl racing. I've not done any horse girl racing. I do not have the ability to juggle that many things. Okay, okay. Do I have anything that's gonna be helpful? If I do this... This will give us a lot of she, not a lot of yang. I think that's good enough for this. We have, I think we have one more class day before the next test. And then I'll get huge success in this one from the combo. That's what we like to see. And we restore all of our morale, so we're perfect. We have one more thing left. And I'm just gonna put it all in to anything that can give me high amounts of these bitches. Yeah, high amounts of these bitches. I've learned the art of mad dogging. Okay, we will need to upgrade our morale. But our stats are doing really good. This bitch! This bitch! What the fuck is mad dogging? That sounds like something that I would hear in like a COD lobby. Okay, you know what makes sense. You just got that dog in you. You know, Kmart, I feel like you would enjoy, like, specifically the character designs that come from this bitch. I don't think they're gonna show it, but this guy has, like, weird, like, pot zombies. And I don't mean, like, the drug pot. I mean, like, actual, like, pottery pot zombies. And I think you would enjoy the concept. Damn, I am glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very exciting. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family hierarchy going to some inexperienced kid from the Gia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and how she's been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you have any concern for the future of Hong Yuan. So just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun! Yeah.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
Nah, beat his ass. Beat his ass.
바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Damn! Oh my gosh, you can actually use evades now.
좋아, 구조는 밝혔어. 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
because I hate fighting in the mirror dungeon.
바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Fuck you and your unbreakable coins.
더 이상 두렵지 않아. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Nice, we get more buffs. Holy moly, there's a lot of— you look up from your bug? What do you mean your bug? What do you mean your bug? Are you watching this on a bug? Oh my god, guys, I got views on a bug. I got views on a bug. You're drawing a bug? Can I see the bug? Yes, I want to see the bug. Please, I really want to see the bug. Is it like just for class or something, or is it for fun? Hold on, I need to actually... Oh, people have been texting me. Oh, people have been texting me and I wasn't paying attention. I want to see this bug. I want to see this bug. Oh, this is a very good bug. Very Hollow Knight. This is a very good bug. I like this bug. Hold on, I need to... Oh god, where is my screen? I very much enjoy that bug. It looks like that one that we got revealed for Silk Song. I haven't played Silk Song yet, but the one that I think people were theorizing was gonna be the fast travel system. Yeah, like it looks kind of like a combination of like those fuzzy bugs that people were showing around that I think are supposed to be the grubs. You desire— okay, no, I give you that. I give you that. I give you that. No, it's your bug. It's your bug, and I give you that. Oh, and this guy is just begging for death in the background, but ignore him for now. I'm very much looking forward to playing Silk Song next year. Yeah, I get you. I get you. I am trying so very hard to stay out of Silk Song spoilers, but every time I go on to like my YouTube feed, it's like, here's how to beat this boss in like 15 seconds and no hit it. Like, I'm glad at least most YouTubers are not putting the bosses in like the thumbnail, but there have been a couple of them that I was like, I did not know what this boss looked like, and suddenly I know what this boss looks like because this guy put it in the thumbnail. Spoilers are blocked by... You know what, if that's what you gotta do to block spoilers, you know what, I can't exactly blame you, but whatever, yeah, it's gotta be League of Legends, huh? I am going to sigh at you and at anyone else who comes to me being like, are we sleeping? We are sleeping. We have an awful mood. Great. Okay, how much more time do I got? We only have 5 days. Okay, so we are just going to be doing these classes. Because I need to get these bastard. It's a good game with incredible art and world building. Yes, but it is also League of Legends. Like, legitimately, if you could probably sell me on League, on its art, on its world building, but the fact of the matter is you are talking about League of Legends. In OCE we have it different. It's so chill here. I feel like even in that server, it like there's still connotations that the word League of Legends has. You just skip school and go out and play. Only done it once myself after a friend talked me into it. I agree. It seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play. Just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today. My lady, have you visited the backyard of the Lucé Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago. It turned the pond foul, and they decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed, they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that the corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. So why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all the rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it of the foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day, we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit, if it's alright with you? She didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. You weren't kidding! I avoided this place for so long! I never thought it could be this clean again! And I could hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was that this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind when, then, I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow as long as there is steady root to rally around. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. Dare I say you've had some change of heart too? Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Okay, we have our morale back, and I just need to max out these classes, because they give you shit. Okay, do I have anything? Any other combos? I don't want to take this guy's class. Oh, da, da, okay. Oh, I have to take this bitch's class. Okay. Thank you, Heathcliff. I'm definitely not looking this shit up. Okay. Alright, why are you paired with everyone who I can't do anything about? Okay, who are the last few people I need to max out? I need to max out you. Okay. We should be able to do it. I'm not really caring about stats too much right now. I just want to finish these classes and get them maxed out. Because I don't think anyone's gonna combo. Right, class. Here's a new task to help you lot with to learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost. So don't. No, I don't. It don't matter how many there are or how threatening they look. Yeah. Oh my God! Mods! Smite this one! Actually, can I give you mod? How do I give mod again? I forget. How to give someone mod. Twitch. /mods in plus the username. I know, but I wanna make Kmart a mod. /mod Kmart. Mod smote, but also mod elevated. Congratulations, you have been added to the ranks. Let me just fix everything. There we go. Take me for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milk slop, no matter what enemy we were put up against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world that you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Yeah, you get mod powers now. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if they had been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back in the assembly hall, am I right? Jie maintained her silence, the old scar on her pride growing sore again. So let me help you grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Well, okay, but how could I? Don't worry about offending me. Yeah, I could take it. Unlike you two, I built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults that make the years in the back streets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing is standing around trying to look cool. Ooh, that one's gotta sting a little. That's it, you little shit. This is what I would have said back in the day, and I probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see that fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. Looks like you both have a perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Huh, you mean us? Me and Shichun? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during my backstreet days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is this what besties is supposed to mean? Jie Shichun asked with a considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Are we gonna beat each other up? Are we gonna beat each other up? Oh my god, we're actually gonna just beat each other up.
꽃처럼 화려하면 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
He has a special thing. Hey! Speed. Base skills, gain 1 clash power. Can he just have this normally, please?
좋아, 구조는 파악했어. 그 해결사의 역경을 비우면 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Alright. We should just be able to get this Sinclair in base game, please. Come on, man, use
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
branch of knowledge. I forgot his fucking ego's name.
다른 적은 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야
Oh
해.
shit. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad. That was much closer than I had thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer the fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they had, with all they had learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Jia-Shichun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Jia-Shichun as the family hierarch candidate, but perhaps thanks to Night Drifter's teachings or thanks to that mark on his forehead, I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Huh? Yeah, it's not like we're going at it with real weapons, so the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead, though. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the single, yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. It's not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha Land, but considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people who'd shown similar marks, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Oh, where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me your life hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows. He's a Limbus Company sinner. They are all horrifically traumatized. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home. Because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. Suddenly I had to face the whole terrible world on my own. And it was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life, and after all, I did leave Daguanyuan of my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt utterly lost. There was so much I had to do and so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home, though. And there's Heathcliff too. He also left home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey he spent gussying up and primping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Okay, please level up this class to master. Let's go. We'll level this class up to master too. And we'll need one more class for this one. But we'll have our things maxed out. Okay. If I do this... do I want to do this? Because we need to get more of the green points, and these guys aren't giving a lot of the green points. If I wanted to get high green points, I'd need to use Ishmael, but I need to level up these bitches, and I want to get success. I'm gonna do it like this. Because I think that's how that works. Level up that class. He's already at master, but he should give us... Yep, that's a lot of it. And then we should master this one. And we'll need to get more blue. We'll have 2 more days left. We have those upgrades. I want to see what the passives added. Move the first stagger threshold. When other allies are hit, gain offense, and then gain haste 2 next turn. On hit, if the target has bind or bleed, gain clash power up. All allies, including this unit, heal 5 SP. And clash win without losing any coins, regardless of whether or not they hit. If every coin flipped by that skill down to the final coin flipped heads, the final coin deals 30% damage. That's actually nice. If Sinner Sinclair is participating in this battle, this unit and Sinclair both gain 2 offense level and defense level. My bestie! Okay. So we've mastered all of the classes, that's good. Now I can just focus on getting a crap ton of this. So I just think I'll focus on yeah, these 2. That'll be a tank to the morale, but we have things that will get morale back. So, are you gonna teach us any techniques? Haha, it's only been a few days since your training began yet. My other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what's got you 2 pouting all lesson. Hey, now, that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction of the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The Night Drifter stands before us. His presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wind movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands, forget your structured forms, break the mold, become the flow. Let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that Jia and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking, penetrate without gazing. Both Jia and Sinclair's necks were marked by a small imprints of the twig that pressed into their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had left a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. I guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits the saying that Yusong utters from time to time, to lose one's nose with eyes open. Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on yourself, on the self with your swings thus far. You should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that that one must take it slowly and gradually to empty your mind already? I'd have taught you everything that I'd entered. Everything had you entered my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? And no, wait, I need to relax more. So our new hierarchs found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? Tisk, tisk. It's all just movements at the end of the day, and I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A true secret technique should come without one. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, woof, that's some good wine. I guess I'll go with something like Plastered Stepped Unrestrained Ripples. That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who had been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 Blades of the East? Now it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. The past is like smoke. I've long emptied any history worth delving into. Okay, we have one more day to do whatever from. Do I have combos? I want to check. Cause there's stuff that just if I do these two. I guess I could do Night Drifter as well, because he gives a flat spread. Hopefully this is good and it'll give a good spread. Alright. And it's fine because we don't really need morale classes. We are basically done. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have heart-to-heart conversation out of nowhere, right? That is precisely why I have installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door where the lessons first began. Message from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Message from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone would be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. Seems that everyone's been making quite liberal use of this. Let's see. The one at the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oh, I've gotta ask, do these consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Oh, wow, I wonder who this not British man is. Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you gotta whinge at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so, I got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that. Something about a smoking head over and over again. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it? How? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares harrow the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for the consequences. Wow, it's like she's right there speaking into my ear. I never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlocked knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmorte trenches. We're going to have to reestablish some house rules soon. Theft report? Did one of you steal our compass or something? Oh, no way, we'd never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally! Someone submitted a real concern here. Was it the Type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replicating the clamp part of the shattering gear? Ah, the likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourself with this message. Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be getting serious for once. Can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping, and no one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're gonna have to bring me up to speed on this. What the fuck? Why is Dante dead? Yeah, I don't really know exactly when that was, but there was this loud shattering noise at night, so we all ran out to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it, but I'm telling ya, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity thingy on this. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to shock at the time of incident, was pointing precisely at 22:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. How do you read military time? Is it just... Gregor mention. You know, I already told you this, but it scares me so bad that you like know Gregor. That like it's my mental illness has seeped into you. Like, but how do you like read it? Like, do you just say like 22 o'clock? Or do you like what do you say? Like, how would you say that? One of the two individuals who were on night watch duty was 2200? Okay. Yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Huh, hey Dante. Didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day, briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right, but I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. And don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So, fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only two among us who smoke. But one of them stayed put in his own room, you know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar. I'm sure she'll come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies! In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. Aha! To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, his tale began verily in the year 757. After a very long read, alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus, I did convince young Gregor to join forces with me, to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs. Though 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop, on the compass, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the toony aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least we now know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. TC. GWNN and MTL. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, trying to parse that from what's written, from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general context of her words, so unfortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to try and find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I had been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Guys. Alright, that's it. Clockhead read up. I'm gonna confront the sod and tell them to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him instead of whining in his sleep. Now where is he? Hey, nice. Heath, I mean, it looks like this anonymous person is trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante. Fare you well? It is I, the sinner of the first in the order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself into restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off, as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multi-eloquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame, and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was that sinner. Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that the number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here and I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returns the number one sinner's paper. This has to be the key to resolving the case. We always end up playing detectives. I hurriedly unfurled the paper. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on the top of the manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it would give off any heat. Curious, right? Ah, don't worry about Isong. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it for ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. Ah, they're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. Indeed. The ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager's asleep? Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Yisong? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off! You have a minute at most! I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats, playing an played out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier and on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that is where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the entire time. I'm sorry, Dante. I should have been more upfront about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit, I couldn't bring myself to, Can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Miss Chin. There must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them, while I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know, I just get the feeling that the ship might have already sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't talking about physical training or his combat prowess. It was about something more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point, about his past and the path that lies ahead, the guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it. It was never going to be an easy job for It was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea for how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're all on the bus, isn't it? You know, you could just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will, if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, "Hey, don't bother. I just needed a quick glance at that look on your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart." Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So what do you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits. Guy with nightly nightmares and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. Alright, we have one last day, but my morale is shit. I'm gonna use Rhodia because she will give pretty good morale. And if I do it with sandwich with, do I have a high? Do I have a high? If I do this, we get also, no, that's just morale restored, but I guess that's helpful. No, that's good, that's good. Because we'll get the huge success in the next class. We'll restore a bunch of morale. We'll get a lot of Yang. And then this is also going to... Oh, thank you so much! Have a good eye break. I am also going to go quickly run to the bathroom, so I'll be back. gonna wrap this up soon, I swear. This is gonna be 4 friggin' hours. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed, and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jia Shichun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith in you that you will be able to complete this final exam, just as excellently as you have all the others. It is most likely that you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Shui or Shi family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I have taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Shichun. Guys, you really didn't have to come all the way out here just to see me off. Still, I have undying faith in you that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zhigong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry. So please, don't worry yourself too much. Do you have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be Shichun, to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we had last saw Shui Baochai, which was during the regular assembly. And what are you doing here, big sis Baochai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Shichun and Bao Yu both smiled like nothing had happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. And big sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Bao Yu, it has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anything else. We can't just let go. We can't stand on emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were, how do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold my eyes, or as the day go by, fill me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who sent you that guest lecturer? Shichun's palanquin isn't heading to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's heading to Big Sis Yuanchun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels! Must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. Wei sprinted outside even before Sui Baochai had finished. Trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Zigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin had departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard a faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Zigong was glancing in. So this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exam she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you have decided to follow yours. Baochai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Sui Baochai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. Oh my god, that was all just one fucking thing? There's still... Oh my god! Oh my god, this is going to take forever. A terrible jest Jia Yuanchun plays, down to the very last day. Too much time has passed already. I have already given her clan, including Wei, instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet, there are many places to which one might covertly kidnap the family hierarch. Still, we have to. Your heart is still in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to her fate. Look, I've selected a few places on the map with the highest probabilities of being their destination. As time is not on our side, the Heisho Pax and your team will have to mobilize separately in order to explore all options. Among them, I aim to send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp of Hongyuan, now shut down. Ping'an Residential Support Zone. It is a policy of Jia Yuanchun, the former Jiamu, pursued. The The policy was indefinitely tabled, and the zone was closed off, as many voiced reluctance to pass it, but I find it hard to believe that Jia Yuanchun would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really, really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Yanchun would employ such under-the-table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank her hand out from under the table and make her regret it. Ooh, we get to fight.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주자.
Why is these selected weird?
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주자.
I don't have the Sinclair ID, so we're just gonna steal it.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
We hurried ourselves along the winding passages of Hongyuan. At first, I thought we might be able to move faster than had Mephistopheles been here with us, but walking through the winding, irregular paths reminded me why palanquins were a thing in Hongyuan. Already. Upon our arrival to the location Ziyong pointed out to us, something emerged from the dark. A figure. No, 2, 4. A small platoon of shadows. Damn it, we're surrounded. Yay! We get these guys! The shadows slithered into physical form, lapping their purple serpentine arms at us. Sea branch of the Heisho Pax. They don't belong to the family hierarch. Oi, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way through this ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting is all about morale, huh? Looks like the classes did have some effect. Sinclair's right. We don't have any time to waste. Ooh, we get to fight these bitches. I want to see their skills.
기세가 올랐어. 적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데.
Okay, still
행색이
Death Right
이상하나.
Venom. Death Right
그럼에도
Venom.
이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
If this unit has Serpent Venom, I see your damn play. I see your damn play.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
하나놈 꺾고 제쳐라.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 제 힘을 해주세요. 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
저 새끼 팔다리 다 털렸는데 이제 뭐 어쩔 건데? 야, 아까는 좋았다.
I do not like that.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수에게 명한다.
모조리 지워버리죠.
숨쉬는
숨통 끊기.
모두 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Okay, we got one.
전담극 하나만.
Thank you.
예사롭지가 않은 거냐? 못 살아는 작사를 내놨어.
보통 알아들을 수 없는 말 텐데. 딱 알겠어. 4번 수감자.
모든 것이 견뎠어.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가
Okay,
버스에서
we'll do that.
회고해야 하지 않겠는가? 시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리고 가치 없고 죽어.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
깔끔하게 물었군.
저도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
탱고더. 아, 옛날 버릇이. 적사살 좋아.
took us this long to get this branch here.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
물 넘고 꺾고 제차.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 대로 두드려 패.
뭐야? 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠다.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Oh, we get the power skill, I think. Yep. Bye.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제차.
훌륭한
내
성과
앞을 달리시오.
수감도
아시다.
격 애고
는 그리할 수
사용정
있어.
불꽃 지원했군.
혈압도 바로.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진
Oh, we still got
겹겹의
more.
주문.
Okay.
않았던데
뚫어보이겠어.
적합한 조치였습니다.
흑수미 뒷박질 준비.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈틈
묘야. 길을 열어. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Yeah, this guy is just gonna explode. Yep.
다음은 어디로?
틈틈 깨우치시길.
There we go.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
오,
Snakes.
니네들 기분이
Okay.
좋아 보인다. 뭐 재밌는 거라도 봤어?
행색이 이상하나. 그럼에도 이상이요. 내가 봤어.
자,
내가
쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
줬던 호위 말로 파는 이상이요.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Also got lucky with like half the skill threes.
틈틈
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 대로 두드려 패.
숨통 끊기.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가
도려내라. 물 넘고
적합한
꺾고
조치
제차.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Get beat.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
뭐야? 길을 열어.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
He's too fucking strong for this man.
얼마나 좋습니까?
저들도 내가 물을 싫어하듯 극도로 기피하는 것이 있었군.
입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 좋은 습
일기당천. 너는 못 따라나. 고작 이 정도 탕류에 허물다.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야. 방금 건 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Still have a lot of that, so we're good.
불가 위야. 마당이지.
바람 불어오는 게 빨바라.
우리를 방금 무얼 본 것인가? 엄청나게
다음은 어디로?
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 방금 건 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Why is that doing that? I do not like that.
불가 위야
시비수의
막아내지 못하리.
물 넘고 누구 하나 살려.
원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군. 틈틈 바로 깨우치시길.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
배수의 진.
Okay, still got one.
방금 건 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는 걸.
There we go.
날개를 펼치고
This should take care of it.
발톱을 걸어.
Ow.
가치 없고 죽어라. 숨통 끊기.
전투 감각 하나만
And we should get in power skill. There we go.
훌륭하긴
넘고
도통하라 볼수 없는
얼마든지 또 제쳐라. 내 앞을
사본
달리시오. 아시다면 능히 그리할 수 있어.
불끈을 지원일 뿐.
혈압도 바로.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작사를 내놨어.
Freaking little like chicken scream is so good.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이
Okay,
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
doing this. That's the boss.
그러니 언젠가 제외한 만국된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
First thing I noticed upon entering the room. Oh, what? Why can't I read? The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy with the heat of battle, also evidenced by the corpses of She Branch, Heisho torn wildly about the room. Who's that? Oh my god! A bloodied beast rises ponderously from the ground, its gaze rising to meet ours. Wait, away? Hold on, his eyes. Something's definitely off here. He's not looking at us. Rodeo cuts off abruptly, having noticed that something didn't feel right. Away. Away with you. The hooves intermittently kick the ground with anticipation and aggression. What happened here? Did the Heisho make it into the exam hall? Libless snakes dare trespass? Your hideous coils, I will crush them to mulch under my hooves. You're Wei, right? He's completely lost it. I'll ground your filthy scales to dust.
제가 괜히
damn.
먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이
Okay.
색이 이상하나.
안단테
Holy shit.
이런
a lot of
부수적인 효과를
Skills.
기대했었죠.
아씨의
And I'm
이상을 함께
assuming that
줬던
he's gonna be
호위,
pretty similar to how Yusong works. Rupture tremor. Okay. Yeah,
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
darn it. It's gonna be the one sucky thing about having a neg coin thing going up against. Nice. Thank you. Okay, we have death right on him.
뭐야 그
Okay.
파이팅이다.
Holy shit, that's a lot of shit. Lose base power on us, so someone has to win this. I think our best hope right now is to just try and steal some SP from some of these skills. A lot of these are not going to go well. No, I do not want to use that. Damn it. Let's go with this for now.
시비수에게 명한다.
마다하지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Please just roll heads. God damn it. Yeah, he's at low FP.
혈연도 바로.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
I mean, he's not doing like a crap ton of damage. Just his fucking like.
무슨 술술해.
Thank you, Greta. Good go.
또 방심하다가
Still
당하셨네요.
gonna be
하지만 아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고
very,
있습니다.
very low
조금
SP
더 해보시죠.
for whatever reason. Because people here are not gaining SP. It's getting very difficult. And he's not targeting me. Freaking big moves are annoying.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Bitch. Okay, no, we're restarting. We are restarting. I'm not trying to claw that back. I need some of y'all to actually win clashes, please.
발톱이 깨지고 날개가 그을리고 살점이 뜯겨도 남은 숨 한 올까지 더
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
어쩐 일로 진짜
오케이,
도움이 되는 걸
오케이.
걸치고 오셨네요. 이대로
색이
몰아넣으시죠.
이상하다. 그럼에도 그 이상이요. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던
Let's have
호의
you
이상이요.
focus on. I want you to focus on crushing things with all of these big coins.
불가 위험.
희비수에 빛나왔다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보지 마라.
Girl, please win. Girl! I need you to win. I need you to win. Or at least doing slightly
숨통
better.
끊기. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Okay, just don't flip heads at all, I guess. Damn it.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴
It's good.
하려나?
We have a good
힘내긴
spread.
해보자고.
We are going to be exhausting some of our skills, though. I want Faust to do this again. This is wonderful to see. I need these guys to win.
피로 다스리지.
Oh, it's because you probably have tremor. Every single one of these gains base power. So no matter what I do, it's gonna switch to neutral.
한화
You have
휴지.
a lot of rupture.
개인의 골몰침하시오. 전장에 전념하시오.
Come on.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Damn it! You were so close. God damn it.
말로 받아보나. 저 도련네.
물론
보이는 게로군.
꺾고 제쳐라.
유효 좋아.
길을 열어.
그간의 전투 경험은 쓸모가 없지 않았군요. 단 적합한 조치였습니다.
Can we get like the opposite of sinking? Oh god. Yeah, figured that much. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Holy shit. Holy shit. healed him of so much sanity.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
이 기회에
Okay.
평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠.
Okay, he's slightly less insane.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
And a lot of my rupture has gone. That's wonderful. Let's not fuck this up. Okay. Wait. Oh, you have a thing.
조심하시죠. 전장에서 촌딱처럼 두리번거리고 있다간 피가
Oh, he's
끓어오른
just buffed.
기계에게
Okay.
쪼아먹힐 테니까.
Okay. I still want you to do this just because it's a little easier. At least he's not completely outspeeding us. Deal less damage, clash lose. Do that. That. Oh wait, one-sided guard. Hopefully this is okay.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리
Fucking
지워버리죠.
damn it. Ow.
잠깐만 기다려라.
No. I'm gonna be so good. Thank you.
꺾은 제 차.
Guys, make him not go insane. Win your clashes. Nice.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Please. God damn it.
아이씨, 좀 피하면서 하라니까.
okay.
야, 저거 정신 차릴 때까지 앞에서 시선 좀 끌어줘야겠어.
You to do this again, just because it's a little easier. Are all of these targeting? No. Okay. Do I have anything in here that's gonna group heal? Do I have any? I have Faust, but I don't want to use Faust right now. I don't know if I like this one. Because that means need him to stagger if he dies. Any of these? That one heals single targets. I don't want to use this one. Okay, screw it, we'll
일기
try it.
당첨.
Please. Girl.
모험하군.
So he's just gonna be in negative SP town over there for a little while. Fuck. Yay, 2 staggers. This is what I wanted.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원할 뿐.
혈염도 바로.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그릇 두드려 패.
틈틈이 바로야.
촉이 안 좋아. 이번
Oh
판단이
boy,
되게
we
중요할 것
have
같은데.
a lot of shit. This is not going to go good, because most of our guys are staggered, and I don't have a healing ego that I can readily use.
불가 위 막아내지 못하리. 틈틈이 바로야.
At least doing some damage. This is gonna hurt. Girl. Okay.
잠깐만 기다려라. 진짜 즐거운 시간이었다.
Oh my god, you absolutely tanked our team's sanity for killing her. I'm so mad.
틈틈이 바로야.
Thank god.
아군이 열애됐다.
Oh, you only tanked her SP. That's great.
이만 해도 아프네. 관리자 양반.
Anyway. When in doubt, just use fluid sac.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
I'm not wrong when I say that. Look, people are now healthy.
시간이 무한하진 않죠.
불필요한 관심은
딴테.
사양하죠. 저는
이제
조용한 게 좋아서.
끝장을 내야 할 겁니다. 무한한 것도 대가가 없는 것도
Are you
그
so
어디에도
for real right
없을
now?
테니.
Okay, okay.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Thank you. We should be good. I think Gregor might stagger. But even if he does, he's not clapping with anything important. Honestly, this might kill.
틈틈이 바로야.
Damn it, so close.
촉이 안 좋아. 이번 판단이
But,
되게 중요할 것 같은데.
honestly, we could just
자,
do this.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
There we go.
깨우치시길.
That like 19 flash? Crazy. Hey, are you alright? My lady, she's in there. Please, you must. Listen, buddy. You're not looking so good. That nasty wound Li Hang gave you is starting to bleed up again. Jishichun and Heisho will be here soon. Stay here and wait for their arrival. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. Shichun's going to be just okay. Totally. Did you already forget who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me then. She could have achieved such heights. She could have risen much higher than where she now stands. Wei's eyes shook restlessly, lost in streams of past. Don't you already know this, Mr. Wei? Shichun became the hierarch to transform Hongyuan into a nest that serves its lowest.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로
Oh, I
세우는
can
데
actually
일조하였으니
just get this guy
내일은
for myself
더
now.
떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
주군께서 계명을 허락하셨어요. 마침내 동문의 드글거리는 해충을 꿰찌르고 후벼팔 시간이 찾아온 거죠.
Nice, and I still gotta get a crap ton of these things. Oh, we have to fight him? It was you? Your big sister Yanchun's final exam? If you're going to kill me anyway, why didn't you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all that time teaching me, pretending to be my master? I would hardly deem the hours spent in joy as wastes, would you? Well, I'm not even surprised. Tahuan Yuan's full of backstabbers anyway. Don't ever trust anyone who approaches you first, is a saying that has saved a lot of lives in Hong Yuan and the city. Normally, those types of people wait until my guard is down to strike. You had plenty of opportunities to kill me during those classes. I gotta say, I forgot a bit of my edge when I was swinging those sticks. The one who hired me handed me, along with my payment, a silken bag of dried wolfsbane powder. So you were hired to poison me. Why didn't you? Ha! Why would I use that to claim my pupil's life when I could use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine at the local Kescon? Which I did. They're precious enough to sustain 3 generations of family, eh? What? My life has thus far been one of rivers and footpaths, drifting hither and thither as the currents took me, a meaningless life, having gained nor left behind nothing. And wouldn't you know it, this kid's who just become the next hierarch, for the first time in the history of the family hierarchs I'd seen, refused the true master of Hongyuan. Those with vision for the future of Hongyuan would grip the land as though it belonged to them. And Hongyuan, trapped in the grasp of a series of intrepid individuals, grew dark and suffocating. The other people, who initially seemed to have been included in the lessons as nothing more than an extra, may as well have forced the lessons out of me. After a while of frolicking with the bumbling hierarch and the particularly nasty people, it seems that I'd share all that I know with the both of you. Hey, despite the present circumstance, my lessons have all been without a speck of falsehood. Come then, never once have I taught a pupil who would fall at such a place. And if you do, I don't suppose you are a pupil of mine anyway.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Let's go.
좋아, 구조를 파악했어.
God damn. She could just put that much rough on.
봉황의 날개처럼. 전부 보인다고.
God damn, girl, you're already in the mirror dungeon.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
What does this say? True decapitation, death blow, HP to drop before 1. Oh boy. Actually, we might be able to reduce him to 1. Nice. what an amazing final move.
당연한 결과죠. 저는
Girl, you didn't do anything.
선택받았으니까. 그렇겠죠? 백대에서 내려 전장으로.
기세가 올랐어.
Why do you look bigger?
적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데?
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께
Oh
줬던
boy.
호위 이상이여.
불가 위압. 마감의 불살이.
물론
Don't enjoy IDs that have the
제철.
Senate
그동안
awesome
전투
flash
경험이
blues.
쓸모가
All it
없지
takes is
않았군.
stupid flash. God.
적합한 조치였습니다.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
일기당천.
숨통 끊기.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
이제야 실력을 좀 내세요. 평소에도
저는
이러면
못
얼마나
따라나.
좋습니까?
모든 것에 견뎠어.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요. 흑승묘 뒷박질 춤.
혈압도 바로.
No.
끝이시게.
그들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 기록은
이상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원할 뿐.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
바람 불어오는 대로
짓밟아라.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
일기당천.
시비수에게 명하다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구나 살려보지 마라.
틈틈이. 바로 이제 깨우치시게.
아까처럼만 해.
Mouthpass too.
그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 끝날 수 있을 거야.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
Onglu, please don't lose clash. It's pretty.
떨궈주마. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 원함이 없으니 너는 못 따라나.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Yeah, why not?
말로 받았다.
Nothing else that helps charge it. You saw.
이제 깨우치시게.
저 해주들을 도려내. 오여. 길을 열어. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
좋다. 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
바람 불어오는 대로
짓밟아라.
There we go.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수
new?
있겠군요.
Oh, it's because I got that one. Yep, that's right. I'm just dumb.
잠깐.
명을 받듭니다.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Don't give him SP. Horrors. This is what happens when you lose the first clash.
더 이상 두렵지 않아. 봉황의 날개처럼. 전부 돕는다고. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Fuck you. Jesus Christ, wait. He's stacking up so much bleed.
자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해.
Oh, there we go. Shjun! Now that's impressively sneaky. So they're not beasts of Hong Yuan for nothing, eh? They just had to get between me and my people's spar. It just creepy ass guys. Master, wait, you've been working for Jia Yuan Chun the whole time? Haven't you known me long enough to tell, brief as our acquaintance have been, my service is to no one but the bottle. To have all 12 masters squeeze into a battle when the things were just starting to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? Yeah, and Master's stabbing his pupil in the back, isn't? Just as Sinclair and the Night Drifter were locked in an argument. The Heisho beasts who followed us into the room swung their purple arms at Jie Shichun without hesitation. The slithering serpent arm, which suddenly extended into a considerable length. Haven't I already given you a due complaint, my friends? Was stopped inches from Jie Shichun's neck by the Night Drifter's arm, biting him instead. Now that's one potent venom. I can feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes. Haven't I done you the courtesy enough? Go back to your holes. I'll even give you an excuse you could give to your lord. Say that you had to withdraw as the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm got in your way. We serve the same client, might as well let me take all the blame for your failure, But the Heisho wordlessly stood their ground. Fine, I didn't think you'd listen to someone who didn't even hold your leash. Too bad, too bad. Well, I suppose this should at least make for a fairer fight with all her teachers being here after all. I don't recall ever teaching you to make a face like that in front of an enemy. Fine, it's not like stopping when attack makes you our ally. At least one of my pupils knows what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble wagwan here in Hongyuan once this contract is over.
같이 배웠던 걸 써먹을 때야.
Okay.
넘치는군.
행색이
역시
이상하나.
본인이 직접 선별한
그래도
용기를
이상해요.
북돋는 영웅당
내가 봤어.
탑5가 도움이 되었는가?
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위
I
이상이요.
don't like him.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
좋아, 두지 않겠어.
Yeah, she needs to build up her speed.
좋다.
저
좋아.
해충들을 보여내라. 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Okay, this thing's
이런 건
probably gonna
모기가
stagger now.
두드려 패.
Damn, so
이제야
close.
실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
Actually, I should check. Do these guys take SP damage if theirs
무상한
dies
목숨
or retreats?
불끄듯 지원일 뿐.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않군요. 딴테
그쪽 방향 아닐
반
텐데.
좋지 않습니다.
이런 일에 흔들리면
뭐 상관계의 공격이
혈압도
없으니
바로.
이것까지 당신 탓은 설마 알고 맞게 하진
괜찮은
않았을
공격이네요.
텐데.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 자! 숨통 끊기.
패잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 13번 수감자 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이
Losing
상황을
Flash.
개선해 보시지.
Ally defeats it. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, these ones are still going to be hard to clash against. All slash.
개의치 않고 말씀을 개의치 않고 말씀을
짐승들의 재간을 풀겠다.
Darn it. Ow.
적의 일격에 우리 아군이 심하게 다친 모양이야. 버틸 수 있겠어?
Ow. This is gonna hurt.
다른 누구도
또
아니게 나
얼굴에
자신을
빛을각을
들여다봐야
했군. 11번.
None of us are gonna be able to clash against.
이전 같으면 질질
I'm
짜거나
an idiot. I forgot
주저앉았을 텐데.
Morostasis exists.
최근엔 성장하긴 한
Only for a
모양이고.
turn, but we will at least hopefully be able to clash against some of his skills. Any of you? Can clash against that. Do that. Pull up Gregor. Do that.
흑수묘, 뒷박질 춤.
Forgot Morostasis existed. Oops.
그거지?
아직 죽지 마라.
Because Malfaust is pretty good.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선 이후부터 언제나 줄고.
필두 출진. 중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는
I wonder if you can actually win any of
그
these clashes.
해결사의 역경에 비하면 꽃처럼 화려한
Because it does affect
바람처럼
the
가볍지
next like turn when we actually get to have these as like characters.
봉황의 날개처럼 전부
He has all of like the rupture stacks.
잭팟! 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게
Okay, she's kind of cleaning house.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어.
Girl, where was this? Where
꽃처럼
was this last time?
바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만
Damn, she even staggered him.
어쩐 일로
누구도 아닌
진짜 도움이
난
되는 걸
자신을
걸치고
들여다봐요.
Okay,
오셨네요.
okay.
이대로
행색이
몰아넣으시죠.
이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
Why are your offense so fucking crazy?
일기당천.
Yeah, she's going crazy now.
지 목을 떨궈주마.
이런 일에 흔들리면 안 돼. 무슨
Couldn't get lucky twice.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
We are getting close to him
같이 배웠던 걸
먹는
써먹을
것을
때야.
두려워하지 마시게.
where he was previously.
침 바르면 낫는다네.
Thank you, Dawn, for slurping very loudly in my ear.
이건 좀 과했나.
But of course, he has to have awkward speed range. Do I have both my Dorothy uses? Yeah, I do. Okay. Let's do that instead. I don't.
뜀박질 준비.
Unless June wants to attack that bitch. God. Back. That's fine.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Who are you targeting? You're targeting this already. God damn. Okay, okay. Should be fine. Let's have you do that, and we'll have these two get taken care of by the other guys. And I'll have you offset his thing. Yep, there we go. All good.
펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
무형. 마지막은 무념.
숨통 끊기.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말문은 열어졌다고 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
말로 받았다. 유효타 좋아. 소련해. 물 넘고
Might even stagger him.
꺾고 제차.
괜찮은 생각이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게 해주세요.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Any stagger. 2 class combat. 20%. Does more damage for HP missing. Any of these things say that he can't stagger until. Can't stagger the target. I don't see anything that's saying he can't be staggered. Alright, here we go.
일기당천.
There we go. He was certainly a powerful foe, despite the casual way with which he carried himself. We'd already experienced a hint of his strength then, when he invaded our room during the family hierarch war and swiftly took out his target before leaving. There are slithering noises coming from above. More Heisho. We can't fight him and the sea branch off at the same time. But if we try to create distance between us and where the sea branch are waiting to strike us, the Night Drifter will definitely try to exploit that opening. But considering that we had to keep Jun safe, I wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out here. It's hard to recall your training outside our lessons. Remember that your gaze is form as well. Your enemies will take notice if you stop constantly eyeing if you don't stop constantly eyeing the door like a novice. See, the snakes have already mobilized to close off that exit. You're stalling until the packs of the family hierarch arrive. Your strategies and thoughts are all as plain as day. See, that's why. These snakes are so impatient to complete the deed and slink back into their holes. The night drifter produced another tree branch from his clothes and quickly cast it towards the doorway behind which the Heisha were gathered. And with a thwack, the heavy rooftop above the large door instantly crumbled, burying it and blocking off the snakes from entering. It was as though he hid an invisible weakness of the brickwork. I thought I'd given you snakes enough warning to head back. What are you doing? Why? Tisk, tisk. The bumbling hierarch's promise to bring real change to Hongyuan has given rise to a certain intrusive thought that was put to sleep long ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend of an infamous syndicate earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Yet what use is all of that if he could not stop his little girl from passing on before her old man on a restructuring day? The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away in turn. Leaving behind my rooms, my steel, I picked up a simple tree branch to be my sole companion as I drifted about the city. When I abandoned both my honor and name, all that remained was a life of living for the sake of living, nothing more. And I believed the same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of Hongyuan as well, just as it had for this useless trunk, devouring it in the surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. Yet, I doubt it reared its head for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. Do you see? The sun rises, even in Hongyuan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound, keep the venom within, and let it not leave your tongue. Emptiness of form, one who aims to bring change to these lands must do so with the knowledge of curmudgeons too lodged in their wicked traditions to see a better path. Emptiness of mind. In Hongyuan, a land where even the sky lies out of sight, do not let your mind be too transparent. Do not let the Heisho stray from your presence again, not even for a moment. Rule of fear is a detestable thing indeed, yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, master. Then do what you must. It wouldn't be very becoming the hierarch of Hongyuan to let alive a fell assassin who dared to make an attempt at her life. Jishichun wordlessly tightened her grip around her weapon. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight, doesn't it? The night drifter grinned, having caught the encroaching scent of death. Here we go. Okay, Zach. I'm probably hoping to end this soon. I have so much shit to do. This took a lot longer than I thought it would. Hi. Sorry, I do not have a Discord. Sorry. The night drifter stumbled. He smelled a pungent, bitter wine. When the unsieved dregs of old, cloudy wine settle and the bitter life is left behind, the clear, crisp water shall spring forth, twinkling under the sun's asperacy.
또 한 줄 기를 남겼군.
Alright, this is the last one.
핏물진
And it's just dialogue. Let's go!
세월이
It's just
지나
dialogue! The incident was quickly swept under the rug as independent actions of an anonymous, unaffiliated assassin, only known as the Night Drifter. As he was not registered to any kind of life insurance plan, his body was buried among the many unnamed graves of Hongyuan. I hear there was a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam. I must say it is fortunate that no important blood has been spilt during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Daguanyuan. I can only be glad that he met the deserved fate. Anyone who's at the site could have attested to the fact that my guests and I were assaulted by Heisho of C Branch as well. If anyone is going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send the snakes to that particular location at that specific time, Big Sister Yuanchun? Is that so? Yet they testified that their presence was only to eliminate the drifter of the night who dared to sneak into Daguanyuan. Earlier than your own Heisho Paki. Yeah, not only did you get me a new master, In your impatience to see my growth, ask the same master to harm me. You've certainly outdone yourself, sister. He was nothing more than a boorish executioner of Hong Yuan, who was willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently, out of his own volition. Shichun, I believe this only reinforces my argument that the people of Dogon Yuan aren't the only people here who believe that you are terribly out of your depth to the task. But Yuan Chun, I have learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured I won't ever forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me, but you know what is an undeniable truth? That I am still the legitimate victor of the family hierarch war. Sure, big sister Yan Chun might know more about the details of Hong Yuan's administration for now. She might fill your pockets for now, but in the long run, you know that she does not have Hong Yuan's best interests at heart. Inadequate as I may be, but I am still the chief executive director here at H Corp, and you, dear big sister, are a temporarily visiting outsider from Q Corp. As its hierarch, I know exactly what Hong Yuan needs, and I will give my best efforts to bring my vision for this land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear. A place where one does not need to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for Hong Yuan, for H Corp. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarchs had such vast ambitions. She's really saying it. The four great houses and I, we ruled and knew this land like the back of our hands before you were even a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why Dogon Yuan's growth never seemed to stop, while more and more people outside it seemed to be falling to their deaths from their homes in every restructuring day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to the shadows when the heavens are shrouded. So if you won't cooperate us, we will. No, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I am the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I have clearly explained my will. Forget all about your under-the-table deals, and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, Shichun. In case you didn't know, winning those exams has nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of the vote of no confidence. Oh yeah? I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch. Not that you'd understand. It's true, with how often she's changing the conditions with these texts and votes, we hardly trust her to be consistent. That is indeed stark contrast with the hierarch, who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them should provide more stability for administrative purposes. Thus the vote of no confidence began. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty. She knows when to be serious, and I think she's got a good grip on the gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it, and she remembered my name. With her eloquence, strategic prowess, and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well qualified for her position. I also have faith that she will not ill-treat those of lower station than her. If she's got the handle on how to treat the heart of the smallest child, then I believe she has the capacity to tend the hearts of those larger as well. While I would be remiss to judge so quickly, she has shown remarkable change and improvement over a short period of time. I say she is someone with rare talent we mustn't lose so easily. Xi Xijing, Xi Huazhen, Wang Xiao, and Wang Qishan. Omitted. From Shuipan. Okay. She's been at the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events in the world as I lost and gained my neck. Just think of the amusement she'll bring as the family hierarch. And even Shui Pan, who shared his sentiments via letter, voted against the motion of no confidence. Like I said, a mere formality. A state of crisis specifically refers to a situation in which the family hierarch is unable to perform their duties, or is affected by serious physical or mental impairment. I am both sound of mind and body, and I can handle all the duties appertaining to the seat of family hierarch. Which means that your services are no longer needed here. Not that they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've more than overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was, wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of half-wit nobodies like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend the whole month lounging around. Very well. Savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be safe on your way home, big sister. And please do watch your health. You've always been a sickly child come winter, haven't you? Remember that the only way is down once you've reached its peak. There goes a perfect opportunity to take control of Hong Yuan. But our time shall come. Hong Yuan without the Xian Hong worm will fall behind and get crushed under the wheels of progress. Then, Nothing. Bao Yu said that he smells no fragrance for me anymore. Don't let that linger in your heart, little Bao Chai. Crawling in the muck alongside those lowly plebeians must have dulled his senses. Am I even useful to you anymore? Bao Yu won't come back. I can't make him come back. I understand that now, at least not. Come with me to Q Corp. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. What could I possibly do? Have I not given you my word that I can make him return? The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east to strike from the west. Now that trouble has stirred in H Corp, they will hardly have wherewithal to fix their eyes upon the goings of Q Corp. When the time comes, your fragrance has spread beyond H Corp to Bao Yu. I trust that he will never sit idly when danger threatens Jia Shichun. But I have nothing. Poor little Bao Chai. Even you are blinded to the shadows cast by your own lamplight. Allow me to illuminate what use you may be to me. Worry not. I am your only remaining light, after all, aren't I? You are. Hey! She got a whole new outfit! With Shichun watching us with an oddly bashful look, we prepared for our departure from Daguanyuan. Given that Mephistopheles still showed no signs of ever coming back, it seemed that we were to be assigned to various odd jobs around the area for a little while, not to mention the news of distortions occurring in H Corp. We're finally leaving this place for real, huh? Shichun, we'll be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever. Get your butts out of here. Please don't even think about looking back. Shichun exaggerately waves her hands to make us leave. Hey, if we ever get the chance... Yeah, fat chance. I'm sure we both had more of our fill of each other for this lifetime. Besides, I'll be too busy to go anywhere for a while anyway. Well then, if you ever need our help, our line's always open. Hey, I'm the family hierarch. Who needs whose help now? You truly wear authority well now. Speaking of which, you still have to stay here in Hongyuan, don't you? Did you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Well, why don't you just stay here a little bit? Instead of going out there and risking getting scammed. Hongyuan's open, you know. Oh my! For all that get out, go away, don't even think about coming back seems to me you're pretty sad to see us go, aren't ya? Who said that? I'm just extending my generosity and giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember your last attempt at finding lodging here? The whole building melted away. Anyways, I'll let everyone know that your party is free to enter and leave Daguanyuan whenever you want, so use it if you want. After pelting us with rapid-fire answer without giving us a second to reply, she whipped around and left to go join Wei. Oh, verily, to be an educator of another was a task most daunting. Did the lass even teach proper class? Oh, don't tell me her classes consisted of her showing off those figurine collections and forcing the students to sit through another one of those obscure lore summaries. Well, Heath, I'm sure you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you. I sure hope Rhodia didn't totally get shown up in her own area of expertise. That's, Oi! Smoky lass with a penchant for abbreviation. How'd your classes go? Did you manage to teach him anything, or did you just abbreviate your way through the whole lesson? Man, speaking of which, I don't think I've seen you smoking in a while. N-S-I-F-O-K. Haha, yeah, no smoking in front of kids. I remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. Speaking of which, you had some awesome tricks up your sleeve, Ryoshu. I never thought you'd know how to do things like that. People learn when there is a need. Ever since the classes began, Ryoshu started looking far off into the distance with an odd expression. Sometimes she'd hum a melody we hadn't heard before. Bummer. We didn't get to sit in on each other's classes. Would have been nice to see different sides of everyone. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about once we head back, huh? I really wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since Shichun gave us the option, let's head back to Yihongyuan. You've seen them off with surprising stoicism, my lady. Haven't you been repeatedly eyeing their departure date on the calendar over and over with a look that could just as well be mournful? Gosh, that's because I couldn't wait to get those freeloaders off my back. Well, now that their company has departed, I suppose peace shall reign over Daguanyuan for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial comes your way. Yeah, I know. I also know that I'll carry these lessons they've taught me in my heart for a long, long time. Oh my god, this took way too long. I have so much shit to do. And that is it. I have to go. basically
대관원이
immediately now.
조용해.
So
개 안락하고 멋진
yeah,
집에서.
that has been my stream. I am Miko
편히
Arya. I
잠도
stream
못 자고
basically
숨
whenever I
죽이고
feel like
있다니.
it, though I'm trying to stream as soon as the
흑수도
next event on Limbus Company comes
죽은
out. I might
도
do another stream between now and then doing Silk
할
Song.
만한 건
but
못 되는
don't-
모양이야.
There's no promises on that one. Anyway, thank you very much for following me on this impromptu stream. Thank you very much for hanging out in the chat. I gotta go now.